back here, but we are doing a sound check for my mic, and I think we're sounding pretty good. We're kind of waiting on the officials to give us the official kind of thumbs up. Then we're going to move into our introductions.
Hello?
Okay, so I think we've got a few minutes here. We're going to go ahead and talk about our teams. Thank you for coming out to our first inaugural home game for the season for our home JRDA team. That's the Pittsburgh Derby Brats. This is our first game of the season. Next week, we are playing a second doubleheader against Crooked River, but today we are playing our friends from Hanover, Pennsylvania, dubbed the snack capital of the world, Black Rose Juniors. A doubleheader today, starting off with a level 2 game. We're going to take a bit of an intermission between the two games and then move on to a level 3 game. So I've got my friend Tricky Vic here also debuting with me on the mic. She will be calling some of the action. And we're going to go ahead and move into our team, starting with our visiting team, once again from Hanover, Pennsylvania, about an hour south of Harrisburg. It is our Black Rose Junior Roller Derby Riot Skaters. They are wearing the white uniforms, taking their spots there on the track. Skating this morning with the Black Rose Riot, we have number 03, Smalley Biggs. Number 19, 56, Hot Rod. We've got number 210, Turnip Dead. Wearing number 30, Wreck It. Number 333, Farrah Forsyth. Wearing number 38, Scar. Number 420, Minivan. Wearing number 429, EV Kraken Queen. Number 439, Fangs. We've got number 5, Shredder Cheese. Number 501, Darth Skater. Wearing number 57, Flying Fish. We've got 609, Rotten Candy. And number 825, Little Legs. And the captain this morning of our Black Rose Riot, number 64, Jack Skatington. And I'm going to turn the mic over to my co-announcer here, Tricky Vic. Tricky Vic is going to talk about the Pittsburgh Derby Brats.
Okay. Okay. Number 7, Hardcore. Number 10, Handers. Number 108, Pound Cake. Number 17, Deer Dance. Number 18, Mensing Manny. Number 3260, Big Brig. Number 548, Skater Swift.
Number 6, My Apologies.
Number 88, Joker. Number 710, Sport Fight. Number 72, Tear Gas. Number 74, Kitty Killjoy. Number 9, Short Circuit. Number 91, Little Strange. And the last but not least, 934, Huffle Ruff.
Okay, those are our Black Rose Juniors. Those are the Pitt Squeaks. This is our level 2 team. Our skaters taking their introductory lap around the track now. We are getting ready to move into the first jam of the game. We are also live streaming, and we have 21 viewers. Look at that. So we may make some commentary here intended for the live stream. So stick with us. Do we happen to have anybody who has not seen a Derby game before? Is it anybody's first time watching? Okay, other than the refs. We get that from the refs. We all know that this is always their first time. But hey, if this is your first time watching Derby, we're going to keep you up to speed with everything that you're seeing because this can be a fast-paced, full-contact sport. And speaking of our referees, let's give them a big shout out for our officials this morning. Cheshire Stats, Bionic B, HBC, we've got Tote, Matt, Brillo, Courtney Sage, Stitch, Ashley Collins, Mark Collins, Lakeinator, and Bigfoot. Those are our non-skating officials. We'll move into our referees here in just a moment. There is a rolling whistle, so that is the official start of the game. Skaters, please take your positions on the track. Each team is sending out 5 skaters. 1 skater from each team has a star on their helmet. Those are the jammers, and they are the ones who score points. Black Rose Riot sending out number 03, Smalley Biggs, to take that jammer star. So now we're kind of moving into a timeout here to get things situated. So let's talk about our officials working this morning's game. Filet official, Disco DeBox. Let's see Disco here. Serious Pack, Romance, Jam Burglar, and Busta. Those are our referees in the stripes and the skates. We see our Jam Timer Bionic working the Jam Timer position, signaling that timeout. Okay, so we're getting our beginning of our game here situated. Black Rose, obviously, Black Rose is number 03, Smalley Biggs, coming out the jam for the Pittsburgh Pit Squeaks. This is number 710, Sporophyte. So those teams are sending out 4 blockers and 1 jammer. The jammers have the stars on their helmets, and they are the ones who score points. The jammer's job is to break through that pack and get out first. The first jammer to get out of the pack legally and in bounds hears 2 whistles, and that means they are the lead jammer. So right off the bat, lead going to Black Rose with Smalley Biggs in control. So now that Smalley Biggs has made her way out of the pack, she skates the whole way around, and she will get 1 point for each opposing, that's Pittsburgh blocker, that she passes. She's coming out of that pack with 4 points to show for it now, winding up for a second round of points. Meanwhile, Sporophyte coming out is sent out of bounds by the captain, Jack Skatington. Jack Skatington with the rollback. While Jack Skatington was working that defense against Sporo, Smalley Biggs comes in for another scoring pass complete. All right. So far, 12-0 jam in favor of Black Rose. These jams can run for 2 minutes unless the lead jammer calls off the action early. Sporophyte coming out with 4 points for the Pittsburgh side of the scoreboard. Smalley Biggs coming out with another 4 points here for Black Rose, making this a 16-point jam for the Black Rose Riot. And Smalley Biggs breaking out, putting down another scoring pass. 30 seconds left to the jam, and it looks like she is running out the clock. So far, Black Rose establishing a 20-point, make that a 24-point jam. Smalley Biggs, actually one of our the newer recruits for the Black Rose Juniors. She's coming in now on another scoring pass, looking at a possibility of a 28-point jam. Sporophyte coming out with 4 more points for Pittsburgh. All right, and we time out at 2 minutes. First jam of the game is over. Black Rose putting 28 points on the board. thanks to Smalley Biggs. Pittsburgh with 8 points, thanks to Sporophyte. Okay, we got number 00, Mad Catter versus 57, Flying Fish. Those Jammers trying to break the way.
Go Mad Catter!
Mad Catter breaking out with a Pitt Squeaks lead, but we are jammer on jammer now with a Flying Fish sneaking up. A little bit of blocker defense there sends the Flying Fish out of bounds and forced to recycle.
Oh, and another lap for Mad Catter.
Mad Catter coming out, putting 4 points on the board for Pittsburgh. Mad Catter now on a second round of points here, trying to make up for some of those lost points in the first jam. Now, we do apologize. It looks like there was an omission to the roster. Number 00, Mad Catter, skating with the Pitt Squeaks. So 8-4 jam in favor of Pittsburgh, bringing Pittsburgh up to 16. Black Rose Riot, 32. Okay, we've got number 439, Fangs with the Jammer Star, and Fangs is out. Fangs taking on, I believe this is number 108, the Captain Pound Cake. And Fangs with the first 4 points of the jam on the board. Now she's coming up for a second round of points. Pound Cake, in the meantime, stuck on this initial pass. Black Rose working some defense.
Pound Cake makes it through the pack.
Pound Cake completing that initial pass. Fangs on another scoring trip. Oh, Fangs being called off on a jammer penalty.
Power jam.
Yes, we have a power jam in the hands of the captain, number 108, Pound Cake. Fangs in the box, meaning Black Rose unable to score for a brief moment, and no chance of this jam being called off due to that jammer penalty. So we have to go for the full 2 minutes. Certainly an advantage to Pittsburgh with the other teams with Black Rose as jammer in the box. Now Black Rose switching to a full defense to the front of the pack. Moving into a timeout called by our officials. This is the first game of the season for Pittsburgh. Okay, and there's going to be an illegal call-off penalty being given to the Pittsburgh Jammers. So Fangs was the lead jammer, and she was called off on a penalty. At that point, there was no lead jammer for the jam. The jam was successfully called off by Pittsburgh's jammer, who was not lead, so that will earn them a trip to the penalty box. We are starting this next jam with both jammers in the box. Now, either of those two jammers are able to pick up lead. That was a 7-4 jam in favor of Black Rose. Black Rose at 39, Pittsburgh at 20. So Fangs coming back out of the box from that earlier penalty. She breaks through, and she has 2 leads in a row.
Take a left.
And Fangs makes quick work of that scoring pass. She's got 4 points on the board.
Pound Cake's on the track.
Pound Cake coming back in from that illegal call-off. Now both jammers back in action, so we're back to some 5-on-5 derby. Fangs completing a second scoring pass. Pound Cake comes out, breaks through on the initial. bit of a skater tumble there. Fang's being taken down now. She's up front fighting up against Pittsburgh's defense.
Pound Cake makes it through the pack.
Yes, Pound Cake coming out with 8 points for the Pitt Squeaks. Okay, Fangs putting, I believe, Fangs with a 16-point jam. Let's see what our official scoreboard here is saying. This is the first game of the season for the Pittsburgh Derby Brats. This is the second game for the Black Rose Juniors. Just last week, Black Rose played our friends Mars Junior Derby in Hagerstown. Black Rose took the lead, 346 over Mars' 272. Looking at a score now, 24-51, Black Rose in the lead. Some pretty high-scoring jams here by Black Rose. Short Circuit with the jammer star for the Pitt Squeaks, and Short Circuit's our lead jammer. Looks like Black Rose is down a jammer in the box.
Makes it through the pack. 4 points, Short Circuit.
Short Circuit. Good call by Tricky Vic, catching those points. Short Circuit with a first scoring pass underway now, starting a second one. And it looks like Black Rose has put number 1956 Hot Rod out there to jam, but Hot Rod
another 4 points.
Another 4 points on the board. 8-0 jam. Great chance for Pittsburgh to make up those lost points.
Another 4 points for Short Circuit.
Tricky Vic, this is a 12-point jam for Pittsburgh so far. So far, this is their highest scoring jam in the game. Hot Rod coming out from their earlier terminal penalty, and she completes her initial. All right, 3 points on the board, compliments a Hot Rod, but it's a 12-point jam for Pittsburgh. That brings Pittsburgh up now to 36. 3-point jam for Black Rose Riot. They're now at 54, so not a terribly different game here. It's going to be number 3260 Big Rig versus 03 Smalley Biggs. Smalley Biggs sent out of bounds on the outside and is forced to restart that initial pass. Smalley Biggs re-enters, and she's got a Black Rose lead.
Number 03 makes it through the pack and gets 4 points.
Yes, that's Smalley Biggs from the Black Rose Juniors. Now this is
4 points.
Yes, she's making very quick work of those scoring passes. So she's got 8 points behind those skates. Rocking those poison wheels in the sport court. She's up for her third round of points now. Now this is Smalley Biggs' first season in Derby. She just recruited into the Black Rose Juniors just a few months ago, and she is showing some amazing talent.
A 12-point jam for 03.
Yes. So Smalley Biggs in her previous jam scored 28 points in the first jam of the game. Now she is on a 12-point jam so far. Now Pittsburgh working some defense, sending Smalley Biggs out of bounds to the inside. I believe that was Pound Cake with that defense. But Smalley Biggs recycles. Oh, and there's a star pass. Star pass over to number 10. This is Hindrance. And Hindrance putting 4 points on the board. Smalley Biggs on another high-scoring jam. I believe this is going to be 20 points altogether. Might be only, yep, okay, 20 points. That brings Black Rose up to 74 over the Pitt Squeaks 43.
We got Hufflepuff and Flying Fish jamming right now.
Yes, we do. And it is a 5-on-5 jam, so both teams are full strength. Look at that 3-wall in the back of the pack by the Pitt Squeaks. They're holding Flying Fish back, and Hufflepuff breaking out with lead.
Both of them make it through the pack.
Yes, both jammers are out now, and they are beginning their scoring passes. Black Rose with the 3-wall in the back of the pack.
Number 57 makes it to the pack. It's 4 points.
Flying Fish, not our lead jammer, but she's got 4 points. Hufflepuff does have that lead for the Pitt Squeaks. Hufflepuff has 4.
Flying Fish makes it to the pack. It's 4 more points.
Nice scoring there by Flying Fish. Flying Fish responsible for 8 points on the scoreboard.
It's another 4 points.
All right.
Fish.
Flying Fish, 16 points, and that jam is over. That's going to put us at Black Rose 90, Pittsburgh 51. We've got Fangs back out there on the jammer line. Fangs taking on number 66, Joker.
Fangs goes to the pack.
Oh, it looks like Fangs crashes in and is called off on an illegal contact penalty. So that's going to put Fangs in the box.
Joker gets through the pack, 4 points.
So a two-minute jam. No lead for Pittsburgh, but they do have the upper hand right now with a power jam. So Joker unopposed on the track. A perfect chance for Pittsburgh to make up some lost points. Okay, our jam was called off. We're going into a timeout by our officials. We're about 16 minutes left to our first period. Now, we do have 2 games to bring to you today, right? There'd be a little bit of an intermission. After this, we're going to be playing a level 3 game for Pittsburgh Derby Brats and the Black Rose Rebellion. Students will be agony there, working the track repair position, making sure that the track is taken down and everybody is safe to skate on it. And I believe I was told that the snack bar is going to be open for the day, so make sure you pay them a visit. And I believe we have some goodies for sale over here behind the benches. I'm not sure if that might just be for the team, so ignore me. I think we have some merchandise, though. We, as always, we can see Mad Dad over there selling the Derby Brats merchandise.
We have a power jam, number 10 for Derby Brats.
This is number 10. This is Hindrance.
Number 39's in the box right now.
That simply a rolling whistle does not start the jam. Everyone's anxious. We all want to play Derby. We're in that zone, and we hear the whistle and we take off. But this is going to be a power start in the hands of Black Rose with Hindrance with the jammer star. Illegal contact penalty given to Fangs early in the previous jam, most likely due to the intensity of that hit. Being that this is a level 2 game, we have to dial back the intensity a little
Number
bit.
10 makes it through the pack with 4 points.
So Hindrance is our lead jammer for the Pitt Squeaks. Now Hindrance is on a scoring pass. Black Rose has their entire defensive strength up there. Fangs rejoins the derby action from the bench, but Hindrance sacrifices the jam, calls it off before Fangs can score any points. Looking about halfway through our first half of the game. Coming out the jam for the first time for Black Rose, this is number 825, Little Legs, versus number 007, Hardcore.
Let's see it, kiddo. Come on, legs!
Little Legs gets through the pack.
Yes, Little Legs is our lead jammer. Black Rose with the lead. Oh, and Hardcore, I believe, called off on a forearm penalty. So this is going to be a power jam in the hands of Little Legs.
Little Legs makes it through the pack for a second time.
Little Legs with the first round of 4 points on the board now. Certain to bring Black Rose up the century mark. Jack Skatington working some defense. The front of the pack, but Hufflepuff skates up ahead. Jack Skatington with some defense there against Sporo, but we're still in some scoring positions here for our jammers. Looks like an illegal re-entry penalty being given to Pittsburgh's jammer, so another 30 seconds in the box is going to hand another power jam over the Little Legs. Little Legs now putting 12 points on the board, breaking the 100-point mark, and she is still on a roll. Little Legs taking on that 4 wall of Brats blockers. She's out with 4 more points. Little Legs on a roll. She breaks out of that pack just as we time out at the 2-minute mark, and I believe all said and done, this is looking at a 20-point jam for Black Rose. Let's see what happens with the score here. There is nothing official about what the announcers say. Oh, we have a shout-out. Oh, no, this is not a shout-out. Okay. We do have our bake sale going. Official review called by the Black Rose bench there, questioning whether or not the star pass by Pittsburgh in the previous jam was an illegal star pass due to being out of bounds. When our officials got together and discussed what they saw in detail, it was determined that, yes, that star pass was not legal. The star pass must occur while on the track in bounds. So an illegal star pass will be issued, I believe, to Pittsburgh, and this will allow them to retain their official review for the period, and Black Rose will start on a power start. As always, we are doing the Derby Brats bake sale over there at the side of the arena. We also have the auction basket raffle going on today. We are doing the legendary Derby Brats duck toss. If you have been to a home game at the Neville Rollerdrome, we always do that duck toss. The way that works is you can go ahead and buy a duck for $1. When we have the duck toss here between games, we will line up on the outside line of the track, and you throw your duck toward the inside, and the closest duck that lands on the crosshairs gets the prize. We also have those ducks are being sold at the merchandise table, so pay a visit to Mad Dad over there. We are back to Derby action. Smalley Biggs with the star for Black Rose. Okay, Smalley Biggs with 4 very quick points on the board. Mad Catter working some defense at the front of the pack against Smalley, but Smalley sneaks through on the inside line, completes that 4-point pass. Hardcore back on the track from that earlier jammer penalty. Little bit of a tumble there. Turn up dead. Takes a bit of a spill.
Points for 03 right now.
Yes, Smalley Biggs working on a 4th scoring pass of the jam. And it's complete. So Black Rose with quite a number of high-scoring jams. Also, those high-scoring jams running them out for the full 2 minutes. So Smalley with another 4, making this 20 points.
Smalley Biggs makes 20 points.
Mm-hmm. Black Rose losing Scar to a low block penalty. There is a star pass now over to the Joker. The Joker with an incomplete scoring pass, only picking up 3 points. This jam is over. Looks like a 24-point jam for Black Rose, thanks to Smalley Biggs.
Timeout is called.
Timeout called by the Pittsburgh bench. It looks like Smalley Biggs, of the 138 points on the board by Black Rose, she has put 72 of those points, so roughly about half.
I really want to yell. Come on, fish. Really, really loud. Then I want to yell. Go fish. Really loud. Or yay, hum, food. Oh,
Taking a moment here during this team timeout for some track repair. You can see our number 101 Mad Dog out there laying down some tape. A little bit of a jammer fist bump here as we move on into our next jam, and it looks like this is a 4-3 jam. Looks like Pittsburgh has the pack advantage. Black Rose down a blocker. That's probably Scar from that low block in the last jam. Flying Fish on the jammer line, taking the number 10 hindrance.
Both jammers make it through the pack, doing a foot race.
Yes, it is a foot race. It is a Pittsburgh lead with the hindrance in control. But we have some jammer on jammer action now.
Number 10 makes it through for a second time.
Nice 4-point pass by hindrance, while Pittsburgh working some defense against Flying Fish, keeping Flying Fish stuck on this scoring pass.
Makes a third lap.
I think Pound Cake just sent Flying Fish down and drew the cut.
Flying Fish gets through.
Yeah, Flying Fish with 4 points now, but the hindrance coming out, making this an 8-point jam so far. Okay, hindrance calling off the action. Looks like Pittsburgh losing their jammer at the very end of that jam for an illegal procedure penalty. And we are doing our dollar shout-outs at the merchandise table too, so pay our merch table, our Pittsburgh Derby Brats merch table a visit for the merchandise. You can get your duck toss, and we are doing those dollar shout-outs. We have a timeout called by our officials. We got a pretty active chat here in our live feed. Look at that. We have, of course, Baked is one of our Derby moms. Her daughter is number 32, Beans, cheering on some of our skaters.
Come on, Edie!
Looks like it's on our chat about 50-50 for Brats fans and Black Rose fans. We're back into our next jam. Evie Crack and Clean, number 429, has the star for Black Rose. Number 710, Sporophyte, jamming for Pittsburgh.
Evie makes it through the pack with 4 points.
Evie Crack and Queen is our lead jammer for Black Rose. Baked giving a shout out to Evie Crack and Queen, getting lead jammer. Okay, Evie coming out with 4 points. Black Rose losing Rotten Candy to the penalty box, so it is now a 4-3 jam.
Evie makes another 4 points.
Evie now coming out, making this 8 points on the board for Black Rose. Okay, Evie now winding up on her 3rd round of points, kind of taking a minute to calculate how she's going to make it through this pack. Pittsburgh reforms their entire defense against Evie.
Come on, Evie!
Sporophyte sent out of bounds by Black Rose's defense. Black Rose walls up now. Jack Skatington trying to knock Sporo out of bounds. Let's see what happens, because I'm not sure. Okay, Sporophyte comes out, completes the initial pass. Evie, unaffected by all of that, is in on another scoring pass. Pittsburgh walling up against Evie, keeping her stuck inside the pack.
Point jam for Evie.
Yes, Evie Crack and Queen with a 11-point jam. I do see some points going. I thought I saw some points going up for Pittsburgh, but I must be looking at the wrong jam ref. I'm very familiar with 2 teams here. So Going into another timeout by our officials. About 6 minutes left to our first period. Once again, make sure you visit our merchandise table here for the Pittsburgh Derby Brats. We are doing our duck toss between games. We are doing the dollar shout-outs. You can get those at the merchandise table too. We have the bake sale going on up there, and we are also doing the basket raffle auction. Very quick timeout by our officials. Looks like it's going to be a 4-3 pack advantage going to Pittsburgh. Black Rose with a blocker sitting in the box. We have Turn Up Dead wearing the star for Black Rose, and number 18, Menacing Maggie, jamming for the Brats. So right off the whistle, both teams running some pretty strong defense. Even though Black Rose has a blocker down, they're running a 3-wall held up by Scar against Menacing Menace. No lead jammer as of yet, so Turn Up Dead did remove that jammer star. That makes them ineligible for lead jammer, but this is a scoring pass underway for Turn Up. Pittsburgh still able to get lead if Menacing Maggie can break past that Black Rose defense and get out of the pack. So even
4 points for Black Rose.
Yeah, Turn Up Dead with 4 points, even though Turn Up is not lead. So Menacing Maggie did pick up lead for Pittsburgh. Turn Up with a star pass now over to number 03, Smalley Biggs. Oh, Smalley Biggs tries to step through on the inside line, but is sent down. Working kind of a frozen pack now, coming around the straightaway. So Menacing Maggie did pick up 2 points for the Pitt Squeaks, 4 points by the Black Rose Riot. Looks like we're moving into another official timeout. Okay, taking a moment just for a matter of safety, just trying to get Smalley Big a moment to get off the track here so Smalley can be taken care of. We are not going with the injury protocol. There is not a need to do that. So we're moving into our next jam. It's going to be a 5-on-5 jam. Our penalty box is empty. We're going to have Flying Fish for Black Rose taking on number 10, Hindrance from Pittsburgh. Right off the bat, both teams with some pretty good defense, holding back those jammers. Pittsburgh walling up against Flying Fish at the back of the pack. No lead jammer as of yet. Okay, we have both jammers out of the pack, but lead going to Pittsburgh with Hindrance in control. Flying Fish at the back of the pack now. Pittsburgh again walling up with a 4-wall. Jack Skatington working some defense there. Some more points going up just as that jam is called off. 2 points scored by Black Rose and 3 points there by Hindrance. Overall score now, Black Rose 163, Pittsburgh Squeaks 78. And it's looking like another 5-on-5 jam. We have 439 Fangs jamming for Black Rose and 74. This is Kitty Killjoy jamming for the Pitt Squeaks.
Fangs' lead jam.
Yes, Fangs breaking out of the pack. She gets those coveted 2 whistles, meaning she is the lead jammer. Stepping around the apex, making quick work of those 4 points. Now Fangs running up for her second scoring trip through the pack, and she steps through. Meanwhile, Kitty Killjoy getting some defense by Jack Skatington. Jack Skatington sending Kitty Killjoy out of bounds and forcing Kitty to recycle all the way at the back of the pack. Good defense there by Jack Skatington. Fangs breaking out amidst all that chaos with another 4 points.
Fangs is at 12 points right now.
Yes.
A star pass for Pittsburgh.
Yes, that's going to Huffleruff. Okay, Huffleruff now in possession of that jammer star for Pittsburgh. Fangs still running around the track now on another scoring pass, avoiding that hit by I believe it's number 91, Little Strange. Fangs with a 20-point jam so far. Fangs coming in, getting through that Pittsburgh defense. Fangs now with a 24-point jam. Oh, breaking through just as that clock expires with another 4. So let's see what we got here. Eight points on the board by the Pitt Squeaks. Looks like a 24-point jam by Fangs, but putting Black Rose at 187. Now we got Hot Rod out there on the jammer line versus number 9. This is Short Circuit. Hot Rod, one of our newer recruits for the Black Rose Juniors. She is skating today in this is Hot Rod's second game of her derby career. She just skated last week against Mars. She is coming out with lead jammer. Oh, now Hot Rod is out with the first 4 points of the jam. Oh, track cut being called to Short Circuit. All right, 2 jammer penalties on the Short Circuit. Short Circuit called off on a track cut, and it's given actually 2 additional. So 3 consecutive penalties is going to put Short Circuit in the box for a minute and a half. while Hot Rod is out there unopposed on a power jam. Now Hot Rod's got 8 points. Now she's got 4 more. Still on a pretty significant power jam. Hot Rod coming in. Oh, it looks like Hot Rod is given an illegal contact penalty. So this is going to be an interesting situation in the box with Short Circuit sitting for 3. Normally, Short Circuit would be released. But Hot Rod would sit for the same amount of time. So let's see what our officials are how they're going to handle this. Okay, Hot Rod coming back in from that earlier illegal contact penalty. Short Circuit still seated. So Short Circuit has to sit for 3 consecutive penalties, a track cut, and I believe 2 insubordinations. Hot Rod getting some defense at the back of the pack. Hot Rod has lost her lead jammer ability and cannot call off the action, but she is being called on a second penalty. And the end of that jam is going to bring us into halftime. So we're going to take a 15-minute break with Black Rose 1 point shy of 200 points, Pittsburgh at 86, and we will see you in about 15 minutes. I am again joined by my esteemed co-announcer, number 48, Tricky Vic of the Pittsburgh Derby Brats. And I believe for the second game, we're gonna have number 04, His and Hers, with us on the mic too. Our teams taking their warm-up cheers here before we go back into the second half of the game. Pittsburgh at 86, Black Rose Riot at a very nice and round 200 points. And it looks like we are starting this first jam with a power start in the hands of Pittsburgh. We got the captain, number 108, Pound Cake, out there with the jammer star. Hot Rod getting a penalty late in that last jam of the first half, so Hot Rod will be seated in the box. Now, either jammer can pick up lead. If you are in the box when the jam starts, you can get lead. It's only when you go to the box during the jam that you lose that chance.
We have Pound Cake for Pittsburgh jamming. And Hot Rod in the box right now.
And that whistle brings us into the second half of the game. Pound Cake getting some defense by Black Rose and is sent out of bounds. Pound Cake tries to get through on the outside. Evie working some defense. But Pound Cake is out with a Pittsburgh lead. That may actually be Little Legs. I apologize. Little Legs working the front of the pack there against Pound Cake.
Hot Rod's on the track.
Yes, Hot Rod coming out of the box. Pound Cake putting 4 points on the board for Pittsburgh. Okay, 8 points and a call off by Pound Cake. So an 8-0 jam by the Pitt Squeaks. Scoreless jam for Black Rose. They're still at 200. Black Rose with number 57, Flying Fish. Flying Fish out there tanking on number 10, Hindrance. And it's going to be a 5-on-5 jam. Both teams are at full strength. Still have a lot of love from our spectators here on our live feed. Oh, Scar. Scar with a defensive hit on Flying Fish. No, Flying Fish, though, is not our lead. Okay, no. Flying Fish, not our lead jammer. Scar with that hit on Hindrance. Hindrance breaking out of the pack, picks up lead, but gets swallowed back in. So Hindrance is our lead jammer. So 2 leads in a row for Pittsburgh. Pretty even jam. It's a wash, 4-4. That brings us to 98-204. Pittsburgh starting this game with a pack advantage. 4-3 jam in favor of Pittsburgh. Number 825, Little Legs with the star for Black Rose.
Skater Swift jamming for Pittsburgh.
Oh, Little Legs called off on a track cut.
Looks like we got a power jam right now.
Yes, this is 548, Skater Swift. And Skater Swift, unopposed now, has the chance of a power jam. I'm getting some shout outs sent to me via my phone because I don't have my faithful announcing assistant Mad Dog to bring those to me. We're going to see Mad Dog skate in the next jam. Right now she's working track repair.
Little Legs on the track. Looks like she scores 4 points.
Yeah, so Little Legs coming back in from a track cut just a few seconds ago. There is no lead jammer for this jam because Skater Swift is also called off on a track cut. So both jammers have penalties. We have to run the full course and skate for 2 minutes. Little Legs coming out with 4 points. You can hear our very passionate bench coaches, Nemesis over there for Pittsburgh, bench coaching for Black Rose, Ants Jovi, very dedicated. 8 points scored by Little Legs. Skater Swift still in the box from that earlier track cut, so Skater Swift is released from the box. Now, neither jammer can call off the action, so we have to go for 2 minutes, and there it is. So Little Legs with a 9-point jam on that 2-minute jam. Scoreless jam for the Pitt Squeaks, 98-13. Black Rose in the lead. Hot Rod back out there for Black Rose.
Pound Cake's jamming for Pittsburgh.
Yes, Pound Cake is the captain of the Pitt Squeaks. Oh, Darby, that is Jack Skillington, I believe. Forcing Pound Cake out of bounds and forcing the recycle, but Hot Rod being called off on a back block. So no chance for lead for Black Rose in this jam. Lead is open there for Pittsburgh, and Pound Cake is our lead jammer. Pitt Squeaks now breaking the century mark. They're at 102 points. Power jam in the hands of Pound Cake. Still Pound Cake comes out of the pack and puts 4 more points on the board. Oh, nice scoring pass.
Pound Cake gets 4 more points.
Yes. Pound Cake
12-point jam.
taking advantage of a hole on the outside. Doesn't even slow down. Coming out with those 4 points now. Pound Cake crashing into a tripod of Black Rose blockers. That jam certainly going into the favor of Pittsburgh. 12-0. 110 now to 213. I'm being told that we do have some shout-outs ready to go here. We'll bring them to you here in just a moment. Those dollar shout-outs are available at the Brats merchandise table. Sporophyte with the star for Pittsburgh. This is number 501. Darth Skater out to jam for Black Rose. Oh, back block being called on Darth Skater. Pittsburgh certainly getting some luck to recover some lost points. Okay, so no lead jammer in this jam. This is going to be another 2-minute jam, and Sporophyte puts 4 points on the board. Our bench coach, Ant Strovey, getting some love here from our live feed from Baked and It's Morgan. Still a power jam in the hands of Sporophyte. Scar trying to do some defense on Sporo, but Sporo's out with another 4 points. 8-point jam for the Pitt Squeaks so far. All right. I don't know how I got 18%, but I'll take it. Darth Skater coming out of the box now. So Bull Jammer is back in action. Pittsburgh still with lead jammer. Okay, so looking at an 8-8 jam now. Darth Skater does complete 2 scoring passes. Sparrow Fight with a 3rd scoring pass completed, making that a 12-point jam for Pittsburgh and 12-point jam for Black Rose. So it's a wash for our teams. 12 points on each side, no better or no worse. It's going to be Short Circuit versus Flying Fish in this next jam. Now, Wreck-It working some defense against Short Circuit. Black Rose walling up the tripod.
Flying Fish gets to the pack.
Okay.
Lead jammer.
My co-announcer calling the action here. Flying Fish with lead jammer. Flying Fish working on her 2nd round of points. Short Circuit coming out with 4 for Pittsburgh. Flying Fish is in the pack, but Pittsburgh walling up with a tripod and a catch. They're slowing down Flying Fish, but Flying Fish gets past that defense. Looking at another even jam on both sides. Both jammers with 8 points.
Flying Fish gets to the pack.
Yes, that is Flying Fish's 3rd trip through the pack, making this a 12-point jam for both of our jammers. We are pretty much jammer on jammer. Flying Fish getting slowed down by Pittsburgh's tripod at the back of the pack. And it looks like either Farrah or Shredder Cheese making some defense against Short Circuit. No, Farrah forced it, working some defense. And Farrah forced it, sending Short Circuit out of bounds. So nice defense on the inside line by Farrah Fawcett. It is a 12-12 jam, and we're going for a timeout by our officials.
Short Circuit in the box.
Yeah, Short Circuit getting a forearm penalty late in that last jam. This is going to hand the power jam over to Black Rose. So looking at our live feed here, doing a bit of a poll for our viewers as to who they are here to support the most. Black Rose has 50%, so half of our viewers here are for Black Rose, and 33% here in our live feed for the Pittsburgh Derby Brats. So, hey, it doesn't matter. We'd like to thank everybody who's tuning in today and everybody, of course, in the building, but especially to our remote viewers who can't be here. Hanover is roughly a 3.5, 4-hour drive from us. We were about an hour south of Harrisburg. So a lot of our skaters came out last night and spent the night to play in today's game. Still in the midst of a timeout called by our officials. It looks like it's going to be a power jam in the hands of Black Rose. They've got number 439 Fangs out there with the Jammer Star.
Pittsburgh only has 3 blockers on the track.
Yeah, 4-3 jam here. Black Rose with the pack advantage. Also with the power jam, they're putting out Fangs. And Bionic, our jam timer, blows that whistle. Fangs takes off. Fangs gets some defense by Pound Cake. Nice defense by Pound Cake on the inside line. But Fangs takes the outside and picks up lead for Black Rose. Short Circuit still seated in the box from that earlier forearm late in the last jam. So Fangs on a power jam. She goes for an apex jump, and she's got the first 4 points of the jam. Our penalty box vacates. Everybody coming back onto the track. So we're back to some 5-on-5 derby action. Fangs completes her second round of points. That's an 8-point jam now for Black Rose. And Fangs is in for her third. Thirsty for more points. She goes in for that third pass. Picks up another round of 4, making that 12 points. Taking the advice from the bench coaches, she calls off the jam, keeping that at 12-0 for Black Rose. Scoreless jam for Pittsburgh. They're at 134. Number 10 hindrance for Pittsburgh.
Little legs on Black Rose jamming.
That's little legs. It's very close. Let's see. Looks like our jammer referees are signaling little legs as lead. Little legs from Black Rose. Hindrance being called off on a jammer penalty. So little legs in the midst of a power jam just as Black Rose loses Scar to a clockwise blocking penalty. Little legs still on this power jam. She's got 4 points behind her now. She's going in for her second scoring pass.
Looks like we got a shout out. The Brats keep pushing.
Okay, keep those dollar shout outs coming. We have them going for this game and for the second game. They are $1 each. You can get those at the Brats merchandise table. A little bit of a spill there, but little legs unscathed comes out with another round of points. As we go to some jammer on jammer action, little legs calling off the jam. Looks like that's the second scoreless jam in a row here for Pittsburgh. Black Rose with 12, so they're now at 265. Pittsburgh is at 134. Halfway through our second period, so we're in the last quarter of the game. I'm confused. Okay, captain for the Brats, number 108. This is Pound Cake with the star for the Brats. Oh, Riot has the star for Black Rose. Right off the bat, there's some whistles being blown. Let's see what's going to happen with all this. Okay, it's going to be a Pittsburgh lead.
Right behind Pound Cake.
Yes, Pound Cake, captain of the Brats, is our lead jammer. Oh, Pound Cake getting some defense by Black Rose. Pound Cake is down. Three to 2 jam. Pound Cake with 3. Riot. I'm sorry, no, little. I'm all mixed up here. Two-point jam for Black Rose, 3-point jam for the Pitt Squeaks. Coming out now for Pittsburgh, it is the Joker. The Joker getting a hip check from Scar and forced to recycle. Flying Fish with the star for Black Rose, but
Joker's jamming for the Brats.
Okay, Flying Fish breaks out with Black Rose lead. But Joker is also out. Okay, Bull Jammers coming in the pack, and there's some defense on both sides. Joker comes out with 4 points. Flying Fish getting effectively blocked by Pittsburgh's defense, but she's got 4 points to her too. Looks like Jack Skellington being called off on a penalty. That jam is also being called off, I believe, by your referees. Not sure what the penalty was. That may have been illegal contact. This is a level 2 game, so there are some limitations as to how. Oh, no, that's a low block. Low block penalty. Being corrected here by HBC.
Hey, friend.
I have a shout out for Flying Fish to tie your shoelaces. We're not embarrassing Fish or anything like that. Fangs coming out. Fangs jamming for Black Rose, and she is our lead jammer. Looks like Pittsburgh is losing their jammer to a penalty. Oh. Okay, we're addressing some microphone issues here.
Fangs got 16 points.
Yeah, Fangs on the 16-point jam, but she's being called off on an illegal contact. So the remainder of this jam cannot be called off. Looks like back-to-back jammer penalties for Big Rig. So both jammers in the box. As soon as Big Rig sits down, Fangs will be released. So Fangs back in action, able to score. She can pick up where she left off. There we are at 2 minutes. Okay, doing a battery exchange here. We have number 38, Scar, jamming for Black Rose.
Big Rig jamming for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Big Rig starting this jam in the box. Yes, Scar. Okay, so Scar coming out with 4 points. Scar coming in now on a scoring pass. Hot Rod working the front of that tripod, making a hole for Scar. Scar's coming out now. Scar has 12 points. Illegal contact only being given to Big Rig. Oh, Scar coming in, trying to complete that scoring pass, but is taken down. Now, Pittsburgh reformed some of their blockers at the front of the pack against Scar, but Scar comes out, finishes that pass with 4 more points. Now, Black Rose breaking the 300-point mark.
Scar has a 16-point jam right now.
Yeah, 16-point jam. She calls off the jam as Big Rig is standing in the box. That's going to freeze Big Rig in the box and buy a power start here for Black Rose. 8 minutes left to our first game of the day. Looking at Pittsburgh 149 and Black Rose 303. Getting a lot of love here for Fangs in our live feed. Thank you, Margaret. And of course, Baked is in there. Baked probably watching from afar. We do have Beans, who will be in the second game of the day, I believe. Little Legs has a jammer star for Black Rose. And Big Rig starting this jam in the box. And a star pass going to number 10, Hindrance. Little Legs jamming for Black Rose, and she is on a scoring pass, but Pittsburgh forming their wall against Little Legs, and it's effective. Little Legs being held back. Okay, both teamers breaking out with 4 points. Jax Gainton working some defense here along with Minivan. Farrah Forza also working some defense. Farrah Forza is sending Hindrance out of bounds.
Little Legs gets to the pack.
Yeah, Little Legs now responsible for 8 points. $17 seconds left to our jam. Our jammers still fighting to put as many points on the board as they can. Pittsburgh with an 8-point jam. Little Legs, she's got 12 points so far. Okay, all said and done. 16 points scored by Little Legs, bringing Black Rose up to 319. 12 points scored by Hindrance after that star pass, bringing Pittsburgh up to 161. Down to about 5.5 minutes left to our game. Our
Lionfish jamming for Black Rose and Hufflepuff jamming for Pittsburgh.
And we
looks
have
like a timeout's called.
Yes, looks like Black Rose calling for a team timeout. I think we're getting some snide remarks by our track tape maintenance crew over here, Susan B. Agony and Mad Dog out there making sure the track is down and safe while we finish out the last few minutes of our first game of the day. Okay, so this is Minivan number 420 coming out to jam. Minivan, one of our newer recruits for the Black Rose. I'm sorry, no, Flying Fish. This isn't embarrassing or anything. I thought I saw Minivan. We're talking about the duck toss over here, and yeah. Okay, well, we'll still give us out to Minivan because Minivan is one of our new recruits, and she's been doing a fantastic job.
Fish calls it off.
Yeah, Fish calling off the jam. It is a 4-0 jam there in favor of Black Rose. Okay, right off the bat in this next jam, Fangs jamming for Black Rose, but she's called off an illegal contact penalty.
Hufflepuff's jamming.
Yes, Hufflepuff with the star for Black Rose. Hufflepuff coming out of the box, it looks like, and picking up lead.
Leaves back on the track.
So we're seeing a lot of these, what we call illegal contact penalties. That is typically, because this is a level 2 game, there are some limitations as to how hard you are allowed to play Derby. If you hit at the level 3 level, which is basically full speed, that is not legal.
Pound cake jamming for Brats.
Yes, Pound Cake is out there for Pittsburgh, and it is a power start with Fangs in the box from that earlier illegal contact penalty. So each team with the chance for lead in this jam. Black Rose putting up a defense in the front. Pound Cake, our captain, picking up a Brats lead for the jam. All right, so Fangs coming out with 4 points for Black Rose. Pound Cake has 4 points for the Pitt Squeaks. Fangs coming in with a beautiful plow stop, slowing down, coming into the pack. It looks like Pound Cake is dragged out of bounds to the back of the pack by number 38, Scar. Now Scar rejoins that tripod held up by Farrah Fawcett. Fangs also being sent on the bounce to the outside. Sporophyte working some defense against Fangs. Looks like Fangs takes a bit of a spill there. Oh, and Fangs is being called off on a low block. So Fangs stuck in the box after putting 8 points on the board. Pittsburgh on a power jam. Pound Cake with an 8-point jam. Right, both teams are there with. It's a wash jam. It's 8-8, 178, 335. Black Rose in the lead. Looks like we're going to have time for one more jam of the game. It is a power jam in the hands of Pittsburgh. They've got number 66, the Joker. The Joker receiving a hip check by Farrah Fawcett. Fang still seated in the box from the low block in the last jam. The Joker is on a power jam for Pittsburgh. Joker coming in. Black Rose reforming their defense against the Joker. And Fangs comes in. She passes the star to the pivot, Jack Skatington, and the Joker calling off the action. So it's a 4-0 jam for Pittsburgh, bringing us to an unofficial score of Pittsburgh 182, Black Rose Riot 336. Our referees will meet with our scorekeepers and make sure all the points and the math look good. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and get the MVPs for the game. There is a timeout called by our officials, so I'm not sure what that means as far as gameplay. Okay, so the word that we're receiving for everybody in here on the live feed is that there was a timeout by our officials, but the game is over. We will not be moving into another jam, but we will go ahead and get with our MVPs. So our referees are meeting with our scorekeepers, making sure that the points and the math all look good before we declare an official score. Right now, our visiting team from Hanover, Pennsylvania, taking their perceived victory lap around the track. So give a hands up for our Black Rose Riot Level 2 team. Looks like Flying Fish did tie those shoelaces. I think we're taking 2 victory laps here by Maddie. And coming around the track now, our home team, the Pittsburgh Derby Brats, Pitt Squeaks Level 2. Give them a round of applause. We are going to take an intermission here in just a few moments and move into our Level 3 game in a little while. Looks like our officials have spoken and agreed upon the score, so we have an official final. Pitt Squeaks 182, Black Rose taking home the win today at 336 points. here for our teams. Looks like we're going in for some photos here. So once those are done, we'll go ahead and call our MVPs. So we have our MVPs ready here as voted upon by our skaters. So for our home team, the Pittsburgh Derby Brats, your most valuable Brats blocker, number 3260, Big Rig. And as voted upon by Black Rose, your most valuable jammer, number 10, Hindrance. And for our visiting team, the Black Rose Riot, most valuable blocker, number 1956, Hot Rod. 2 back-to-back MVPs for Hot Rod. And as voted upon by the Brats, your most valuable jammer, number 03, Smalley Biggs. How about of the day. Our teams warming up, taking their warm-up chance there on the sidelines. Now we're gearing up for our gear checks. This is going to be our second game of the day. This is a level 3 game, so a little bit more intense than what we just saw here in our first game of the day. We are still doing the bake sale up there at the merchandise table as well as the basket raffle. So it looks like there's about 7 baskets being raffled off today. Go ahead and get those tickets. If you don't have cash on you, you can go ahead and pre-purchase Brats Bucks and use the money on that toward the basket raffle. We do have our merchandise table going, still doing our dollar shout-outs. And make sure you take part in our duck toss. Now, those ducks are $1 each, and at the halftime of this game, we're going to go ahead and do the duck toss. The idea behind that is everybody who purchases a duck lines up on the outside of the track, and in the inside will be a crosshairs in the center. Now, we all toss our ducks, and the duck that gets closest to the center will win that raffle. So our skaters now have been checked out. It looks like everybody is geared up the way they're supposed to be. So we're going to be moving into our next jam here in just a moment. As soon as the Black Rose has been checked out by our officials, we're going to go ahead and move into introductions for our 2 teams. Our officials are out there making sure everybody is safe and has the proper gear on and everything. Okay, now normally we'll start with the visiting team, but let's go ahead and get our home team introduced here just to pass the time until our gear checks are completed. So we're going to go ahead and talk about our Pittsburgh Derby Brats Pit Bulls. These are the level 3 skaters today. Wearing the green uniforms, our Pit Bulls. Number 101, Mad Dog. We've got number 11, T-Rex. Wearing number 17, Deer Dance. Number 1820, Susan B. Agony. Wearing number 22, G-Force. Number 3317, Richie Teaser. Number 38, Rubinator. We've got number 4, El Diablo. Number 42, Peanut Cutter. Wearing number 48, Tricky Vic. Number 56, Violet Von Slaughter. Wearing number 629, Punch Buggy. We've got number 7, Bedhead. Wearing number 74, Kitty Killjoy. And number 9, 34, Huffleruff. Those are our Pittsburgh Derby Brats Pit Bulls level 3 skaters. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and introduce now our visiting team once again from Hanover, Pennsylvania, just an hour south of Harrisburg. It's our Black Rose Rebellion. Wearing the white uniforms today, skating for the Rebellion today, number 08, Death Ray. Wearing number 110, Sunset Scar. 2007, Icebox. Number 2026, Twig. We've got number 21, Bloody Mary. Wearing number 25, Diablo. 253, Ants Jovi. Wearing number 32, Beans. Beans, take your lap. 333, Farrah Fawcett. Wearing number 38, Scar. We've got 439, Fangs. with number 57, Flying Fish. Number 64, Jack Skatington. Wearing number 66, Crow. And we've got number 82, Starstruck. That is our Black Rose Rebellion Level 3 coming to us from the snack capital of the world, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh Derby Brats are being bench coached today by Pit Bulldozer and Forrest Bump. And I see Olive Havoc and Jen Hex out there. And Rage bench coaching for the Black Rose. Also got a shout out here for Indira. Nemesis also working the third base coaching position for Pittsburgh. So moving into our first jam of our game. It looks like Black Rose out there with 253 and Strovi. And El Diablo has the jammer star for the Pit Bulls. And that whistle starts the action. Oh, look at this. Right off the bat, El Diablo with a Pittsburgh Derby Brats lead. Now, Bull Jammers are out of the pack, so they are on a foot race. El Diablo attacking that defense of Black Rose blockers. And Zoe coming in, getting past Pittsburgh's defense. She gets ahead. And Zoe has 4 points for Black Rose. Beans working some defense against El Diablo. El Diablo taken down. Now, El Diablo does have 3 more points on the 3 points on the board. So it looks like that's going to be a 3-4 jam. Black Rose with that 1 point lead. So moving into our second jam here of the game. We've got number 629, Punch Buggy out there taking on 2026, Twig. And Bionic blows the jam whistle. That starts the jam. Twig getting past Rubinator, blowing through on the inside line, and Twig coming out with lead for Black Rose. Now Twig is on a scoring pass. She rides the inside line, picks up 4 points for the Rebellion. Black Rose defense holding back Punch Buggy. While Twig is in, she completes a second round of points, making this an 8-point jam for Black Rose. Running a pretty stagnant pack here, coming on the straightaway. Twig in for a third round of points. Icebox working the front of the pack, the last blocking position there in front. Twig is up front, but Pittsburgh reforms their defense to the front of the pack. That pack breaks up, so they have to let Twig go. Twig breaking out with a third round of points, making this a 12-point jam. Icebox and Farrah Fawcett walling up, taking that energy from Punch Buggy. Punch Buggy is called off on a jammer penalty, so this is going to put Twig on a power jam. Twig is on her 5th scoring pass, making that a solid 20-point jam, and she calls it off. Scoreless jam for the Pit Bulls, so they're still at 3 points. Black Rose now at 24. Team timeout called by the Pittsburgh bench. That's going to give us a moment here to take a break. Let's talk about some of our officials working the game. Our non-skating officials for this game. We have Cheshire Stats, HBC, Tote, Matt Clark, Brillo, Courtney Sage, Stitch, Alicia Van Yinzer, and our jam timer, Bionic B. Our referees for our second game, Filet Official, our head ref. We have Jam Burglar, Serious Pack, Bromance, and Disco, the box. It looks like Sunset Scar, number 110, is going to start this jam on a power start. Coming off of Twig's 20-point jam. It's going to be a 4-3 pack advantage going to Pittsburgh. They've got their entire defensive strength on the track. Black Rose starting down a blocker in the box. So that rolling whistle brings our timeout to an end. Our pack walling up, getting ready to absorb Sunset Scar. That whistle blows. Sunny takes off. Sunny gets up to the front of the pack, and she has lead. So 2 leads in a row for Black Rose. Sunset Scar still on a power jam. She is in. She breaks out, completing the first 4-point pass of the jam. Punch buggy coming in from that earlier penalty. The earlier German penalty in the previous jam. Sunset Scar comes in, gets taken down. Now she is attacking that Pittsburgh defense, the front of the pack. She gets past all 4 blockers. So still no initial pass by Punch Buggy, but Sunset Scar coming in on her 3rd scoring pass to the jam. Punch Buggy completing a star pass over to 33-17, Richie Teaser. Sunset Scar breaking out of the pack. She completes her 3rd round of points. Now both jammers are in point scoring positions. Beans and Crow working together, sending Richie Teaser out of bounds on the outside. Now they wall up against Richie Teaser at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, front of the pack, Sunset Scar is out. She completes another 4-point pass. So we saw Twig put 20 points on the board in the previous jam. Now Sunset Scar probably about to match that jam. There we go. Sunset Scar coming around the apex completes a 5th round of points. So Black Rose, just in the last 2 jams alone, scoring 40 points. Richie Teaser breaking out with 4 points for the Brats. And Sunset Scar busts out another 4-point pass, making this a 24-point jam. Black Rose in the last 2 jams with 44 points, thanks to Twig and Sunset Scar. Now coming out for the Pit Bulls, number 101, Mad Dog. Mad Dog taking on number 2026, Twig. Okay, right off the whistle, Black Rose losing in, so we do a back block penalty. Twig coming out with lead for Black Rose. Bloody Mary and Death Ray working some defense against Mad Dog, but Mad Dog's out of the pack. Twig is on a scoring pass. She rides through on the inside line, coming around that turn. Got the first 4 points of the jam. Twig going for an early call-off. Mad Dog picking up 2 points in that jam, so 2-4. Not a whole lot of points yielded in that previous jam. 2 points for Pittsburgh, 4 points for Black Rose. Moving in now, we got number 57, Flying Fish out there taking gun number 4, El Diablo. Pittsburgh stretching a 4-wall at the back of the pack against Flying Fish. Now they're working a tripod and a catch. Fish stuck in back. El Diablo coming out with lead for the Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh losing a blocker to the penalty box as Flying Fish comes out and completes her initial pass. El Diablo calling off the action. There is a contact penalty being called there by Disco DeBox. Let's see what's happening with all this. No points scored by Flying Fish. Another 2 points on the board for the Pit Bulls. Sunset Scar coming back in on another jam. Sunny's taking on number 629, Punch Buggy. Pittsburgh walling up against Sunset Scar, but Sunset Scar is out with another lead. Now, Sunset Scar had a 24-point jam just a few moments ago. Punch Buggy sent out of bounds and is drawn to the back by Beans. So Beans working some defense, and it looks like that was an effective, some effective blocking by Beans. So Beans sent Punch Buggy out of bounds and drew the cut. It was effective. So Punch Buggy being called off on a track cut, buying a power jam for Black Rose now with Sunset Scar running through fully charged. Sunny coming in now on her third on the points. Diablo trying to lend some assistance to Sunset Scar and clearing up the hole, but Sunny is sent out on the outside. Punch Buggy coming back in from that earlier track cut. Sunny is on her fourth scoring pass of the jam. She is working up front, but Pittsburgh forming a three-wall, slowing down Sunset Scar. Black Rose throwing their entire defense at Punch Buggy. Sunny coming out with another 4. And Punch Buggy called off on another jammer penalty in this jam. So Sunset Scar now on another power jam. All right, that jam over. Sunset Scar with another 20 points. So Black Rose certainly yielding quite a few points in this game. So Sunset Scar had a 24-point jam just a few moments ago. Picked up another 20-point jam just in this last jam. So a lot of points here being picked up. Now we got number 2026 Twig out there on the jam line for Black Rose. Still have a pretty active live chat here on our live feed for the Dame. Baked in there, giving some cheering for her daughter, number 32, Beans. This is a power jam in the hands of Twig. Twig is out there, and the jam starts. Twig making quick work of that initial pass. Punch Buggy still in the box from that earlier penalty. Twig coming in, scoring the first 4 points of the jam. She is out. Punch Buggy coming back in from that earlier penalty, and a star pass now over to Richie Teaser. This is Richie Teaser, second time taking that star and a star pass. Twig making this a quick 8-point jam and a call-off. Third scoreless jam in a row for Pittsburgh Derby Brats. They're going to put out number 101 Mad Dog to take on 253 Anchovy. And Anchovy finding that hole on the inside, getting a really quick lead for Black Rose. 3 leads now on the road for Black Rose. Mad Dog getting some blocking by Farrah, Forsyth, and Diablo, working side by side. Icebox also working some defense there along with Starstruck. So Black Rose sending out all 4 hands to do some blocking. Meanwhile, Anchovy comes out with 4 points. Oh, Mad Dog taking a bit of a spill. Oh, and a track cut call on Mad Dog. This is going to put Anchovy on a power jam for Black Rose. Now Jovi coming in. Pittsburgh spreading their 3-wall across the front of the track, trying to put some hindrance on Ange Jovi, but she's out. She's just too quick. She's got a 12-point jam so far. Nice defense. That's number 7, Bedhead, taking Jovi out of bounds to the back of the pack, but Jovi recovers from that and puts up another 4-point, 16-point jam for Jovi. Now coming off the jam for the first time of the game, number 439, Fangs. Fangs taking on El Diablo. And there's our whistle. Oh, and very quick reforming that wall there to stop Fangs. Fangs getting absorbed by Pittsburgh's defense. Ultimately, Fangs does break out, picking up a 4th lead in a row for Black Rose Rebellion. Fangs now on a scoring pass, and she is in. Oh, gets taken down. I believe that's T-Rex with that defense against Fangs. Fangs colliding with her own skater now. Seeing a lot of quick reforming that defense at the front of the pack by Pittsburgh's blockers. They are doing everything they can to slow Fangs down. Despite all that blocking by Pittsburgh's defense, Fangs does come out with the first 4 points of the jam. And with 16 minutes left to our first half, Black Rose is at the 100-point mark. Here comes Fangs on a second round of points, taking on all 4 Pittsburgh blockers, but she is out and completes another scoring pass. Starstruck putting down the captain, number 56. That's Violet Von Slaughter, forcing Violet to recycle the back of the pack. It looks like Violet may have received that jammer star. Fangs makes her way through that pack, not even slowing down. Crow now with a hit on Violet Von Slaughter, sending Violet down on the inside. Fangs just squeezing through that pack like a knife, hot knife through butter. Jack Skagington holding up a tripod now along with Crow and Starstruck, effectively keeping Violet Von Slaughter trapped inside the pack. Fangs now with a 16-point jam with 7 seconds left. She calls off the action. So 15 minutes left, halfway through our first period. Pittsburgh at 11, Black Rose at 116. Pittsburgh putting out number 42, Peanut Cutter, to take on number 57, Flying Fish. Pittsburgh on a streak of scoreless jams here. Our penalty box is empty, so it's a 5-on-5 jam. Flying Fish at the front of the pack, but Pittsburgh is just one step ahead. Flying Fish does break out. Oh, Flying Fish being sent out of bounds. That's Punch Buggy with that defense against Fish. Now Fish, I'm sorry, that's number 17, Deer Dance, working that defense against Flying Fish. Now it looks like Richie Teaser working some defense in front of the pack along with Deer Dance, but Flying Fish is out with 4 points. Brats are losing Punch Buggy to a back blocking penalty. This will be a little bit of an advantage here for Fangs. I'm sorry, Flying Fish. Flying Fish is at the front of the pack, but Deer Dance and Richie Teaser are working that 2-wall, but it looks like they had to rejoin that pack, so they have to let Flying Fish go. And Flying Fish with an 8-point jam calls off the action. It's another scoreless jam for the Pit Bulls. Looks like we're going to have number 38, Rubinator, out there taking on number 2026, Twig. It's a 4-3 pack advantage going to Pittsburgh. Black Rose down a blocker in the box, but Twig is out with another Black Rose lead. 6 leads now in a row for Black Rose, and Twig is in full control. And Twig's got the first 4 points of the game, just as Icebox guards the inside line against Rubinator. Rubinator called off on a penalty, so this is going to put a power jam in the hands of Twig as she starts her second scoring pass. And Twig is out. She's now got 8 points behind those skates of hers, coming in for a third scoring pass. It's still a power jam. Rubinator still seated in the box from that penalty. Pittsburgh throwing 3 blockers at Twig, but Twig gets past them. Looks like Black Rose is losing death ray to some penalties. Icebox guarding that outside line against Rubinator now. Starstruck and Farrah Force also working in that tripod against Rubinator. Rubinator gets some speed but takes a bit of a tumble. Twig now with a 20-point jam. Rubinator clears the pack. Twig is in and comes out. Let's see. There will be no penalty on that whistle. So that is a 24-point jam so far with Twig, and 6 seconds to go. All right, and that ends the jam. Let's see what comes up from that. 2 more points going on the board for Black Rose. So I believe this is looking at a 26-point jam for Black Rose. And Rubinator does have 3 points for the Pit Bulls. Timeout called by our officials. Looks like there's going to be a delay of game penalty being issued to one of our teams for not fielding the skaters required. So we're going to have number 101 Mad Dog out there taking on number 110 Sunset Scar. And we're not completely out of the woods just yet. We are still in a timeout. All right, waiting on Bionic. Bionic blows whistle to start the action. Mad Dog versus Sunset Scar, and Sunny is out with the Black Rose lead. And Stovey working some defense, sending Mad Dog out of bounds and forcing Maddie to restart that pass. Now Jack Skadington and Crow working some defense against Mad Dog. Oh, Mad Dog called off on a track cut. So Sunset Scar on a power jam, and she's out with another 4, an 8-point jam so far. Still on a power jam. Sunset Scar coming in. Pittsburgh with all 4 of their blockers on the track. Hoffelruff working some defense against Sunny. Sunny is in though. She squeezes past those last couple blockers. She's got that that third scoring pass now completed.
Who do they play like?
Looks like Mad Dog re-entering from that earlier track cut. Black Rose sending a tripod against Mad Dog. Mad Dog gets past that and breaks out of the pack. Sunset Scar taken down at the back, recognizes the threat of Mad Dog getting some speed. She calls off the jam. And moving into a timeout called by our officials. Pittsburgh Pitbulls at 14. Black Rose 162. Of that 162, Sunset Scar has scored a total of 56 points.
I mean, is it the same? I wonder when it's their kids playing. I guess I just assume most junior teams were the adult children.
Total of 58 points scored by Twig so far in this game. So Sunny with 56, Twig 58. So far looking to be some of our highest scoring jammers. Looks like Twig lining up for another jam up against number 17, Deer Dance from Pittsburgh. Hey, we've got some more shout outs here in our live feed. We got some still coming in from Baked, from Black Rose, a couple for Beans. We've got one for Starstruck, and we've got one here that says Go Mad Dog, and I can only assume by that username that is our former Brat, now undead, number 125 Smalls here in our live feed. The name is 125.Ashley. I don't know who else that could possibly be. Squishy is in there. Also in the building, cheering for Mad Dog. Okay, so there's a rolling whistle. That's to bring us back down the derby. And it looks like our penalty box is empty, so both teams going out with a 5-on-5. Once again, it's going to be Twig taking on number 17, Deer Dance. Mad Dog getting a lot of love here in our chat. Now, for those who don't know, Mad Dog has some family in Derby. She is the sibling of our former Brat, number 126, Harley Spin, who aged out in the previous season before last. Back to our game. Twig has lead for Black Rose, and she's got 4 more points on the board. Oh, it looks like Deer Dance was sent out of bounds by Scar. And Deer Dance re-entered in front of Scar and has earned a track cut. Incomplete star pass because of that. So the penalty was issued during the star pass, so the star pass will not be completed. Twig coming out now. She's got 12 points behind her. Twig now making this a 16-point jam. 8 minutes left to our first half of the game. Twig showing no signs of slowing down. Just about 50 seconds left. She's coming into that pack, full speed ahead. Gets past all of those blockers, but she is sent out of bounds, so Twig has to restart this pass. Deer Dance finishes time in the box from that earlier track cut and failed star pass. Twig now coming off of a 20-point jam. Scoreless jam for the Pittsburgh Pitbulls. So they're at 14 underneath Black Rose is 182. Now we've got number 1820, Susan B. Agony with the Jammer Star. First time jamming, taking on 253, Jovi. Oh, Jovi sent out of bounds by Violet Von Slaughter. Violet rejoins that defense. Jovi breaks out and picks up Black Rose lead. So Black Rose now with about 9 leads in a row. Nice blocking, nice defense by 333. That's Farrah Forsyth. A little bit of an attempted fist bump by Starstruck. Farrah Forsyth guarding that inside line once again. Farrah Forsyth and Diablo working side by side in that tripod. Keeping Susan B. Agony stuck to the back of the pack. Now Icebox also working that outside line. They are, Icebox with a hip check, sending Susan B. Agony down. Jovi with a, let me see, this is 8-point jam. Yeah, 8-0 there, 8-0 jam. Going to Black Rose at 190. Pittsburgh won at 14. We've got Twig back out on the jammer line once again. And coming out to jam number 3317, Richie Teaser. Oh, Richie Teaser getting past Starstruck. Now getting some blocking by Crow. Oh, look at that. Richie Teaser with a Pittsburgh Pit Bulls lead. Twig also out of the pack, so both jammers are in scoring positions. Richie Teaser getting some defense by Pittsburgh by Black Rose. Both jammers with 4 points, and Richie Teaser calling off the action, realizing the threat of Twig gaining some speed. And we're going to have number 101, Mad Dog. Mad Dog taking on Flying Fish. Mad Dog stuck at the back of the pack behind Death Ray and Bloody Mary. Flying Fish sneaking through on the inside line, picking up a lead for Black Rose. Now Jovi working some defense against Mad Dog, sends Mad Dog out of bounds right around the pivot line. Mad Dog re-enters, forced to restart this pass at the very back. Now Death Ray lining up along with Bloody Mary, keeping Mad Dog stuck within the pack. Mad Dog, tries to get past a hit by Death Ray, but takes a stumble on her skates. Flying Fish is our lead jammer. She's got 4 points. Mad Dog now out of the pack. Okay, no points yielded to Mad Dog. Fish coming out with 4 points, making that an 8-point jam. Black Rose now in the first half of the game with 202. 3.5 minutes left to our first period. Coming in now on the jammer line. Number 38, Rubinator, taking on number 110, Sunset Scar. Oh, Sunset Scar taking a bit of a trip there over 17. Deer Dance called off on that low block. Sunset Scar with another Black Rose lead. Beans working some defense there along with Rubinator, guarding that inside line. Now Beans scooting to the outside, sending Rubinator down. Rubinator forced to recycle to the back of the pack as Sunset Scar comes in on a second scoring pass. Black Rose losing Icebox on a forearm penalty. Sunset Scar now on an 8-point jam. Peanut Cutter working some defense along against Sunset Scar. Now Pittsburgh reforms a a tripod. No, that's a four wall at the front of the pack. Sunset Scar unable to get through. She calls off the action. So 8-0 jam there by Sunset Scar and Black Rose. We've got Richie Teaser out there on the jammer line once again, taking on 439 Fangs. We saw Richie Teaser get lead in their last time jamming and 4 points, but Fangs immediately breaking through the pack. Now Starstruck sending Richie Teaser out of bounds and forcing Richie to recycle all the way by the jammer line. Icebox rejoins the action from that earlier forearm. There's some whistles being blown. Fangs, looks like Fangs is taken out of bounds on the inside. So Fangs has 4 points. Richie Teaser not getting any mercy from Black Rose's defense. Now Icebox holding up the front of that tripod along with Crow and Starstruck. They are just mercilessly keeping Richie Teaser stuck at the back of the pack. Oh, Richie Teaser tries to go through on the inside, but Richie's skates go out of bounds. So Richie Teaser restarts this pass. Fangs comes out of the pack, though, with 4 more points to show for it.
They're so good at cycling through that. The hell's the pass?
Fangs breaking out with another 4 points on the Black Rose side of the scoreboard, making this a 16-point jam. Richie Teaser still getting stuck behind Black Rose's defense. Oh, Richie Teaser gets past a blocker, but there's Twig working some defense, sending Richie Teaser out of bounds to the inside. Fangs breaks out with a 5th scoring pass completed. Okay, and that brings us into halftime. 20-point jam by Fangs. Brings our score to Black Rose 230, Pittsburgh 18. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Now, in this time, this is the last call for our duck toss and I believe our basket raffle. So still a few more minutes to take part in that. Those ducks are $1 each. Get your duck tossed. What happens here is we're going to have everybody with the duck take the outside line. When the signal is given to throw your duck, there will be a crosshairs in the middle of the track. Throw your duck at the crosshairs. The closest one to the center will win the raffle. So give us a few more minutes to let some of those raffle tickets roll in, and we'll go ahead and call the winner. Okay, last call. If you have a duck line up on the outside line. Is it safe to say that we have everybody with the duck ready to toss? I see Squishy holding up a duck. Looks like Pippa Ray Gun has a duck. Okay, so as soon as Sunset Scar moves out of our way, we don't want to hit Sunny with any ducks. I think we're ready to throw. All right, so on the count of 3, go ahead and try to hit that black target, the red dot in it, and the closest one will win. So, yep, go ahead and throw. Go ahead and throw your ducks right now. Okay. We have some that are very close. Still some errant ducks rolling in here. All right, let's see what Tricky thinks about this. That one is touching the corner. I'm going to call that one the winner. 184. Who has duck number 184? We have a 184. You're coming with 184. I guess if you don't, we're going to call the next closest one. Is there somebody with, yeah, somebody has to have thrown this duck. Duck number 184, you are the winner. Oh, Toe, 184. Thank you for taking part in that. That directly supports the Pittsburgh Area Brats. And here pretty soon we're going to go ahead and pull the winning tickets for our raffle baskets. Okay, now that the duck toss is done, we can please get some assistance picking up these ducks. We do not want to trick any skaters or referees. Five. Oh, okay. We still have one more here. 2350811. Those are the 3 unclaimed baskets.
Okay, and if you're not within the sound of my voice, we are going to go ahead and read out the winners' votes. So, I'm not anxious to say that.
Looking to move into the second half of the game. There's some barking going on there by Mad Dog. I think that might be Squishy. Squishy supporting Mad Dog. Looks like we did lose part of the live feed during halftime, but no game stuff was lost. We only lost the duck toss. So just a little bit of a delay here to get the technical ends of our game going. We're getting some snark now from Baked about the computer enjoying its power nap. Going through some of the points that were scored in this game, especially by Black Rose, looks like Twig responsible for 82 points of the game so far. Trailing in behind Twig at number 110, Sunset Scar, with a total of 64 points. Now there's still some barking going on. Some very shameful looks by Squishy and Pippa Raygun. Twig coming out with lead for Black Rose. So Starstruck and Crow working the butts of that tripod against Mad Dog. Mad Dog is stuck. Looks like Tricky Vic trying to lend some assistance to Maddie, but she is, oh no, Mad Dog gets a little bit of speed, takes a bit of a spill as she takes on Anchovy. Twig has 4 points. Mad Dog breaks out of the breaks out of the pack. Twig calls off the action. El Diablo now taking the Jammer Star for the Pit Bulls up against number 439, Fangs. And Richie Teaser working some blocking against Fangs, but a big hole left open on the outside gives Fangs the advantage now. She is out of the pack, and she is lead jammer. Oh, El Diablo also making it out of the pack. Fangs is in on around the points, and it looks like Richie Teaser does some blocking and sends Fangs out of bounds. No, Fangs is called off on a penalty. Fangs called off on a back block. So it's going to be a 2-minute jam. There is no lead jammer, but El Diablo with the advantage right now of being the only jammer on the track. El Diablo putting up 4 points for the Pit Bulls. Rubinator being called off on a back block for the Brats. Okay, calling off that jam, taking a break just on a matter of safety, just to make sure that El Diablo can get back up on skates. And a big thank you to our EMTs who are here making sure that we have the best care possible. We'd rather have them here and not need them than need them and not have them. Looks like Fangs still seated in the box in that back block in the previous jam. So this is going to hand a power start now over to number 22 from the Brats. I believe this is 22. Yes, this is number 22, G-Force.
There's a lot of sass out there. There's a lot of sass. I hope that little man is easier.
Official review called by the Pittsburgh Derby Brats, questioning one of the calls made by our officials, as they have the right to do. Once we have more information and a final outcome, we will go ahead and move on into our next jam. Just a review coming from the Pittsburgh bench. There was a penalty, an insubordination penalty issued to one of their skaters. They were just questioning whether or not the verbal cues for the call, which consist of the color, number, and penalty, were correct because there was a possible misinterpretation. The call will stand. 2 penalties will be on the books. Now back to our game. Number 22, G-Force, is lead for the Brats. Very impressive offense by G-Force. This is G-Force's first time out there as a jammer. And look at that speed. G-Force making quick work of that pass. Fangs re-enters from that back block. She had been called on in the previous jam. So both jammers now are putting points on the board. Farrah Fawcett working some defense against G-Force. Fangs coming out with 3 points. G-Force with 3 more. So all said and done, that jam is a wash. 7 points for both teams. Oh. 57 Flying Fish out there versus 17 Deer Dance. Captain of Black Rose, that Scar, holding up the head of that tripod now. Starstruck sending Deer Dance out of bounds on the inside. Kind of baits a bit of a fist bump there, just saying, hey, look, it's all's love in Derby. Fangs coming out with the Black Rose Rebellion lead. Deer Dance forced to re-enter the pack now and restart this pass. It's a scoring pass for Flying Fish. Deer Dance called off on a track cut. Mad Dog, looks like Mad Dog working some defense and sent Flying Fish out of bounds. So Flying Fish working her way to the front of the pack. Mad Dog opening up a hole there for their jammer, getting past Starstruck. Flying Fish coming out, completing another scoring pass. Still a power jam in the hands of Flying Fish, with Deer Dance still seated for that earlier track cut. So it's a scoreless jam for Pittsburgh. Flying Fish in the midst of the scoring pass, but she is called off on a penalty. Flying Fish called off on a forearm. So no chance to call off the jam. Deer Dance back in action, gets past Crow and Scar, And Deer Dance has 4 points for Pittsburgh.
Come on, Roses.
Oh, Deer Dance coming in full speed ahead, takes a bit of a spill. Let's see if any more points are rolling in at the end of that jam. There's a bit of a high five from Deer Dance and Mad Dog. 2 more points rolling in, so it could be a 6-point jam. Let's see what's going on. Flying Fish still seated for a forearm penalty.
Physically, same kid.
Going to a timeout called by our officials. The official scoreboard still shows a scoreless jam for Pittsburgh, 0 points, 258 for Black Rose.
Oh, God, 23. Wow. I think your middle finger's a little too long.
Still doing our dollar shout outs. If you visit the Brats merchandise table and get your shout out in, they'll get that information up to the broadcast and announcers table. You'll get your shout outs taken care of for only $1. All right, so that rolling whistle ending our official timeout. We are coming back down to some derby now. It's going to be a power start in the hands of number 42, Peanut Cutter. For Pittsburgh, Flying Fish called off on a forearm here in the previous jam. She's still seated in the box. Now, Peanut Cutter's our lead jammer. Peanut Cutter in full control. Flying Fish coming out of the box now. She's got to complete her initial pass, but Peanut Cutter is on a scoring pass for Pittsburgh. Richie Teaser in there working some defense, trying to slow down Flying Fish. Flying Fish is out. Black Rose losing Farrah Fawcett to a clockwise block penalty now. Jack Skatington working some defense against Peanut Cutter, dragging Peanut all the way to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, there is a 3-wall slowing down. Looks like Tricky Vic working some defense against Flying Fish. Punch Buggy also in that 3-wall up front. Flying Fish going to the box for another jammer penalty. So significant advantage now for the Brats as their jammer is still lead and comes out with 4 points. Black Rose still down a blocker into jammer. Farrah Fawcett re-entering from that earlier clockwise penalty. Oh, Jack Skatington guarding that outside line against Peanut Cutter. Now Icebox forces Peanut Cutter out of bounds. Peanut Cutter goes for the call-off. That's going to freeze Flying Fish in the penalty box and by a power start for the Pit Bulls. Some more barking to support our number 101 Mad Dog. Very happy to have Mad Dog back on skates. And there's the whistle beginning this power start going to the Brats. Oh, Mad Dog breaking through, and she's our lead jammer. Got some barking by Pippa and Squishy over there to support Mad Dog. Now Mad Dog winding up on her first scoring pass of the jam. Flying Fish being released from the earlier jammer penalty that she received. Now Mad Dog is in. Looks like Death Ray taking Mad Dog down at the back of the pack. Oh, Flying Fish sent down. I believe that is, let's see, that's number 11. That's T-Rex with that defense against Flying Fish. Now Flying Fish recovers from that fall, gets back up on her skates, but she's being chased by a 3-wall of Pittsburgh blockers. In danger, though, of breaking up that pack, but Flying Fish comes out with 4 points. Mad Dog is still on a scoring pass, but Death Ray showing no mercy. So both jammers now in scoring positions. Pittsburgh throwing a 4-wall at the front of the pack against Flying Fish. And it's effective. Looks like Punch Buggy and T-Rex are doing the lion's share of the blocking up here, switching to a tripod. They go out of play, so they have to let Flying Fish go. Flying Fish scores 4 points. Mad Dog still our lead jammer with a star pass now over to Rubinator. Oh, Beans working some defense against Rubinator. Beans forces Rubinator out of bounds and drawing the recycle. Flying Fish puts another 4 points, making this a 12-point jam now. There is a track cut hand signal. Let's see what the outcome of that is going to be. Flying Fish still on this jam. We time out at 2 minutes. And I'm being told that as we count down, we are kind of doing a bit of a sale for our bake sale. Everything up there is half off. So make sure that we are not walking out of here with any unbought refreshments. All said and done, that last jam. 16-point jam by Flying Fish. We have a timeout called by our officials. Looks like Flying Fish with a total score of 32 points so far in the game. We're going to have G-Force back out there to take on number 110, Sunset Scar. Still sitting in this official's timeout before we move into our next jam. About 19 minutes left to our game. Join us here in 7 days from today. We have another doubleheader. Our home team, the Pittsburgh Derby Brats, are taking on our friends from Crooked River. Crooked River, of course, from the northeastern Ohio area. Long history of these two teams playing each other. We're all watching our moves, the moves there by G-Force on the jammer line with those skate spins. Looks like there may be some technical difficulties that are causing this official timeout. Okay, coming off of a pretty lengthy timeout, but we're back to some action here. Sunset Scar taking on G-Force. Oh, Pittsburgh with a 3-wall, slowing down Sunset Scar. Now, we saw G-Force get lead. G-Force, it is very close, but it is actually going to Sunset Scar. Sonny, seeing G-Force coming in and scoring some points, calls it off. So, sacrificing the jam. This jam is a wash. All right, so we're going to have Deer Dance now versus Twig. And Twig is out with a Black Rose Rebellion lead. Actually, yeah, Deer Dance also coming out. So it's a 5-on-5 jam, and both skaters are able to score points. Both jammers able to score points. Twig is in. She makes a quick 4 points and a call-off. Scoreless jam for the Pit Bulls. Now we're going to have Fangs out there. Fangs versus 101 Mad Dog. I'm trying to figure out why we're getting sleep emojis from one of the stretches. I don't know if that's our stretch or if that's Stretch Armstrong. Somebody is giving us a sleep emoji. Oh, you know what? That's because of the official timeout. Someone's just being snarky. We're back into our next jam here. No lead jammer as of yet, but there it is. 2 whistles, and it goes to Fangs. Fangs now in. Mad Dog out as well. Oh, Fangs makes 4 points, and she calls it. So 4-0, going to the to Black Rose. G-Force back out there taking on number 57, Flying Fish. And our penalty box is clear, so we're going to some full derby action, 5-on-5. Flying Fish taking off full speed ahead, crashing into Pittsburgh's defense at the front of the pack. No lead jammer as of yet. G-Force tries to sneak through on the inside, but is called off on a track cut, so no chance for a lead for G-Force or Pittsburgh. Fang still on this initial pass. Fang's getting past all of Pittsburgh's defense, and she's got lead jammer for Black Rose. Still on a power jam now. G-Force still out with that track cut. Flying Fish is on her first scoring pass. She gets in. Crashes into Violet Vaughn Slaughter. Violet slowing Fish down, but Fish is out. G-Force re-entering from that earlier track cut, but Scar and Farrah force it, working some defense there. Along with Bloody Mary, G-Force set out of bounds, forced to recycle. Flying Fish is in for another round of points. Black Rose swarming G-Force right now. Oh, but G-Force is out. Flying Fish falling victim to Pittsburgh's defense. Looks like Richie Teaser working and sent down Flying Fish just as Beans is called off on a penalty. So Black Rose losing a blocker. Looks like G-Force does have 2 points on that jam. Flying Fish with 6. Bionic making the 5-second call. Starting this next jam, it's going to be Deer Dance taking on Sunset Scar. Oh, Jovi with some defense against Deer Dance, forcing Deer Dance out of bounds. Sunset Scar picking up that lead jammer position. Icebox landing a hit on Deer Dance, guarding that outside line. And it looks like a track cut being called on Deer Dance. Sunset Scar with the first 4 points of the jam now, and she is on a power jam. Now Black Rose sitting at just 8 points shy of the 300-point mark. Sunset Scar coming in. Looks like Icebox trying to work a hole for Sunny, but Sunny is out with 4 points. Rubinator putting Sunset Scar out of bounds on the outside. Sunny recovers, comes in, pushes Tricky Vic out of the way, and she's got 4 points and again. So Sunny coming in now, no longer a power jam. Jovi working some solo defense against Deer Dance. Beans and Jack Skington also trying to slow down Deer Dance, but Deer Dance breaks out of the pack. Sunset Scar completes her 4th scoring pass, making this a 16-point jam. We are also being asked once again for all of our spectators to please refrain from doing any coaching from the stands. Looks like it's going to be a 4-on-4 jam. Each team down a blocker. We have number 101 Mad Dog versus 2026 Twig. Twig pushing her way past that 2-wall of Richie, Teaser, and T-Rex, and she's got lead jammer. Twig in, making very quick work of that 4 points, avoiding any kind of blocking. Meanwhile, Farrah Fawcett heading up a tripod, blocking Mad Dog. Mad Dog breaking out of the pack. Twig coming in on her second round of points. Violet Von Slaughter sends Twig out of bounds. Oh, nice double block there. First on Violet Von Slaughter, sends Twig out of bounds on the outside. Then number 11, T-Rex, swoops in and sends Twig out of bounds on the inside. So Twig still fighting, but she's out. She's got 4 points. Diablo and Icebox working some defense against Mad Dog. Mad Dog forced out of bounds and is drawn to the back of the pack. Twig completes a scoring pass. Looks like that's going to be a 6-point jam for Twig. Down to about 10 minutes left to our game. We still have our chat going here in the live feed. It's going to be 439 Fangs taking on 38 Rubinator. Black Rose stretching their 3-wall defense against Rubinator. Now it's a 4-wall defense with Jovi jumping in. Fangs coming out with lead for Black Rose. 5 lead streak for Black Rose now. Fangs coming out. She's got 4 points. Rubinator still stuck on this initial pass. Crow working some defense. Sends Rubinator out of bounds. Fangs is on her second round of points. Pittsburgh tries to form a defensive wall at the front of the pack. They go out of play. They have to let Fangs go. So Fangs has 4 more. Rubinator still stuck on this initial pass. Scar, Crow, and Starstruck are 3 blockers from Black Rose against Rubinator. Fangs, though, she's still on her skates. Oh, effortless scoring pass makes it right through that apex with another 4 points. And Rubinator sent off the track. A track cut is drawn and it's effective. So Rubinator sent to the penalty box on a track cut, putting Fangs on a power jam. Fangs now has 20 points and she calls off the action. So Flying Fish beginning this jam on a power start with Rubinator still seated in the back in the box in that earlier track cut. Oh, and Flying Fish gets some blocking by Violet Von Slaughter, but Fish is past Violet and she breaks out of the pack. She's got a Black Rose lead. Frozen pack coming around the turn. Fish crashes into Black to Pittsburgh's defense. But that pack, it sounds like that pack breaks up, so they have to cease blocking. The pack reforms. Fish getting some effective blocking by Pittsburgh, but she finds a hole on the inside. Both jammers now back on the track. Rubinator breaking through now. Fish keeping this as to a simple 4 points and a call off. Scoreless jam for the Pitbulls. They're at 45. Black Rose 3:38 with about 7.5 minutes left. We have Sunset Scar out there taking on Mad Dog. And that whistle starts the action. Mad Dog getting some blocking there by Icebox. Icy is forcing Mad Dog. Now Farrah Fawcett joins in, and that turns into a tripod. Mad Dog stuck at the back of the pack. Sunset Scar breaking out with lead. Sunny getting some hits there, and she is sent to the inside. She recycles. Mad Dog also sent outside, so she also recycles. Sunset Scar got some 4 points. Mad Dog completing a star pass. Sunset Scar getting swarmed by Pittsburgh's defense. Sunny gets past Pittsburgh's wall, calls off the action as Richie Teaser receives that star pass from Mad Dog. It certainly seems like Richie Teaser is the chosen skater for all of the star passes in this game. Okay, so it is a 4-point jam by Sunset Scar. We've got Twig back out there now taking on Deer Dance. Susan beat Agony, sending Twig out of bounds on the inside, but Twig re-enters, finds a hole on the in, and we have a lead going to Black Rose. Bull Jammers now on the pack. They're making some speed. Twig with a very dramatic call-off. Four to 4, it's a wash for our team, 49 to 350. 354, so 4 more points rolling in for Black Rose. Just under 5 minutes left to our game, and it looks like we have a timeout being signaled by Olive Havoc. So this is going to bring us to a team timeout for Black Rose. Join us again here this time next week. Our Pittsburgh Derby Brats are playing our friends from Crooked River Roller Derby. Still time to get some of those dollar shout outs in as we close in on the end of the game here in just a few moments. They are $1 each over there at the merchandise table for the Pittsburgh Derby Brats.
You want to do this for the next 5 minutes? I'm going to sit down. I'm tired.
All right, and that brings us to the end of that team timeout. Moving into our next jam, Flying Fish out there versus number 42, Peanut Cutter. And this is a 5-on-5 jam, so both teams at full strength. Oh, and we're switching camera operators here. No awkward vibes over to our Zoe. Flying Fish breaking out. Black Rose in the lead for the jam. Beans working some defense there, sending Peanut Cutter out of bounds. Peanut Cutter recycles back into the action. Flying Fish is on a scoring pass, but Pittsburgh holding up their defense against Fish right now. Flying Fish does get through, so there's 4 points on the board. Flying Fish keeping this a simple four-point jam and a call-off. No points scored by Peanut Cutter. And coming out to jam for the Brats for the first time starting as a jammer in this jam, 33-17, Richie Teaser will be taking on for the number 439, Fangs. Black Rose stretching a 3-wall at the back of the pack against Richie Teaser. Richie Teaser not getting any mercy from that defensive wall of Black Rose blockers. Fangs making a very quick lead. Death Ray being called off on a penalty, leaving Black Rose down 1 blocker. So it looks like Fangs being called off on a high block. So it's going to be a 2-minute jam now. No longer a chance for lead jammer. Richie Teaser currently unopposed on the track. Jack Skatington working some defense, sending Richie Teaser out of bounds and drawing a full recycle. Oh, and Richie Teaser is out. Richie Teaser with 4 points now for the Pit Bulls. So Richie Teaser on this power jam as Fangs is still seated for that high block. Second scoring pass underway by Richie Teaser, but Bloody Mary guarding that inside line. Ange Dovey, we normally see Ange Dovey working as a jammer, but we've been seeing her work a lot of defense in this game, and it's proven to be very effective. Fangs coming back in from the earlier high block, and she's out with 4 points. Richie Teaser still on a scoring pass. Not lead jammer. There is no lead, so we have to run for the full 2 minutes. Richie Teaser is out with 4, so an 8-point jam and may be the highest scoring jam for the Brats so far in the game. Now, both jammers coming in on scoring passes. Richie Teaser sent out of bounds by Death Ray. Jack Skatington running Richie Teaser all the way back. Meanwhile, Fangs crashing into number 11, T-Rex. Fangs is taken down. Mad Dog working some defense. It looks like Mad Dog is trying to draw a cut on Fangs, but that jam is over. It is a 12-point jam for Richie Teaser. The highest scoring jam by the Brats in the second half of the game. Compliments of number 33-17, Richie Teaser, and we have a timeout being called. Okay, so it looks like we're moving into an official review. So official review called by the Black Rose bench just to discuss the high block that was called on their jammer, number 439 Fangs. Fangs sat for a high block in the previous jam. They were questioning whether or not the contact had occurred by Fangs or if the contact had occurred by the blocker. So when the refs got together and talked about what happened in detail, it actually didn't quite happen as it initially thought it did. The contact was actually made by the person who received the hit, so technically it doesn't meet the metric for a high block. And Olive Havoc is super proud that she won the official review. So Black Rose will retain that review, and that penalty will be removed from Fangs' official criminal record. We've got Sunset Scar jamming for Black Rose, and she's got 4 points so far and the lead. Looking to see who we got now. Looks like we have G-Force jamming for the Brats, but G-Force is called off on a track cut. Dear Dan's trying to land a hit, trying to slow down Sunny, but Sunny is out. She's got 4 more points. 8-point jam for Black Rose. Could be the final jam of the game. Just a couple seconds left. All right, Sunny coming in for another scoring pass. Running a pretty tight pack. Pittsburgh's got some defense. Looks like Tricky Vic may have sent Sunset Scar out of bounds on the inside. Sunset Scar has 2 points at the end of all that. So a 10-point jam for Sunny. And that brings us to the end of the game. An unofficial tentative score of Pittsburgh 61, Black Rose 379. I have a late dollar shout out rolling in. This goes to Rubinator. Actually, a couple late minute shout outs here. Rubinator, go Rube, you rock. Thank you for that. This one goes to G-Force, you rock, G-Force. This one goes to Kitty Killjoy. Go Kitty Killjoy. So thank you for the shout outs. They do support our local team here, the Pittsburgh Derby Brats. Our referees are meeting with the scorekeepers and making sure all of the numbers look good. Once all is settled, we will have a final score. Black Rose now taking their victory lap around the track, bringing 2 wins home back to the snack capital of the world, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Here comes Ann Strovey, Icebox coming around, Death Ray, Flying Fish, Jack Hatington, Bloody Mary, Scar, Crow, Farrah Fawcett, Starstruck, you're all too fast for me, Fangs, Twig, and Sunset Scar. Still working on an official final score. Here comes our home team, the Pittsburgh Derby Brats. This is our level 3 B team. Hard fought game by both of these teams. A lot of newer skaters here who just recently tested out of level 3. So showing a lot of promise by our athletes today. Here comes Mad Dog, Violet Von Slaughter. We are still doing MVPs for this game as well.